Hi guys, tonight we're stepping onto the gaslit streets of 1900 New York. The clatter of horse-drawn carriages echoes off brownstone buildings, and the smell of coal smoke and fresh bread hangs in the evening air. It's a scene that looks charming in old photographs, a world of tailored coats and polished manners. But if you had to actually live here, especially if you fell ill, you would quickly discover that charm counts for very little. The reality is stark. Medicine is primitive. If you got sick without access to modern antibiotics, advanced surgery, or even basic diagnostic tools, you'd learn quickly that your greatest threat wasn't the hectic city life. It was the fever you couldn't break. You probably wouldn't make it, at least not without a certain kind of person. So before we meet him, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if these journeys into the past genuinely bring you peace. And if you're listening right now, post your city and the current time in the comments. I truly love seeing where in the world you're resting tonight. Do you sometimes feel it at the end of the day, a certain kind of tiredness that is more than physical? It sits behind your eyes, a faint hum in your bones, a quiet static in the mind that no ordinary rest seems to touch. It is the fatigue of this bright, loud, ceaseless world. And for that particular ailment, we require a different sort of medicine altogether. Tonight, we will not speak of diseases or cures in the modern sense. Instead, we will visit a different kind of healer. We will step back, far back, into the gentle amber glow of the year 1900, into the quiet world of a family doctor in New York City. This is a story not of illness, but of pace, not of urgency, but of profound attention. It is about the healing power of a slower time, of deliberate motions, of a connection that was woven not through screens, but through presence itself. So let us begin by leaving this century behind. Let the noise of the now soften and blur, as if you're walking away from a crowded square into a hushed, lamplit street. Find a place to settle in and allow your body to feel the support beneath it. Let your eyes grow heavy if they wish to, and let us breathe together, not with the quick, shallow breaths of today, but with the long, slow, deliberate breaths of that distant evening. Inhale deeply, imagining the cool, clean air of a New York autumn night over a century ago, and exhale slowly, releasing all the sharp edges of the present moment. Again, inhale that historical air, scented with fallen leaves and distant coal smoke and a hint of polish from a wooden hallway, and exhale, feeling yourself sinking deeper into your own chair, into your own stillness. Your breath is the first connection, the first thread that will tie you to that other time. Follow its rhythm now as we begin our descent into the deepening dusk of 1900. And so we arrive as the sun begins its own gentle descent behind the city. The sky over New York in this year of 1900 is not the stark vault of glass and steel we know today. It is a softer dome, a canvas of deepening indigo brushed with the last streaks of apricot and rose, colours reflected in the windows of countless brick and brownstone buildings. The silhouette of the city is one of spires and pitched roofs, a forest of chimneys releasing slow grey tendrils into the cool evening air. Here and there, the assertive new electric lights cast their steady white circles onto the streets below, islands of modern brilliance amidst a warmer, older sea of flickering gaslight. The sound that rises from the avenues is a symphony of life in motion, but a symphony played at andante, a walking pace. It is the steady, rhythmic clop of horseshoes on cobblestone, the iron-rimmed wheels of delivery wagons and carriages creating a continuous, rolling rumble. From somewhere near the river, the low, mournful call of a steamship horn sounds, a bass note felt in the chest as much as heard. And weaving through it all, the clear, sharp cries of the newsboys, calling out the final editions with headlines that will feel like ancient history to you now, their voices carrying the last urgency of the day. This is the hour of homecoming. You can feel the shift in the city's breath. Office buildings and workshops empty out, releasing streams of men in dark suits and cloth caps onto the sidewalks. their footsteps purposeful as they flow toward the elevated trains and streetcars. Shopkeepers are busy behind their windows, turning signs from open to closed, drawing down shades, counting the day's take. And if you look closely down the side streets, you'll see the lamplighters beginning their rounds, moving with a practiced, unhurried grace. Each long pole they raise connects with a soft hiss and pop, and one by one, the gas mantles awaken with a gentle amber glow, pushing back the gathering violet shadows. This is a ritual, a daily taming of the night, and it brings with it a profound sense of order and safety. The chaotic energy of the day is being gently folded away, put to rest. The city is preparing to exhale. Let your own gaze drift away from the broad avenues now, away from the main currents of people. Let it settle upon a quieter street on the Upper West Side, where the brownstones stand shoulder to shoulder like dignified, silent guardians. Our attention comes to rest on one in particular, a building of russet stone with deep-set windows and a short flight of steps leading to a solid oak door. A polished brass plate beside the door catches the last of the twilight, but its inscription is for now a mystery. This is both a home and a place of work, a sanctuary. The doctor lives here, and here he receives those in need of his care. Notice the details as we draw closer. The stone is textured, rough yet warm. The windows on the parlour floor are tall, and one of them is not clear glass, but a beautiful, intricate panel of colour in geometric patterns. A deep sapphire blue, a rich emerald green, a warm topaz yellow, holding the light within in a different way. A single wooden rocking chair sits on the small front porch, utterly still, awaiting a moment of repose. Behind the glass of the uncoloured windows, the glow of a lamp is already visible, a promise of warmth and welcome. Now, as you imagine ascending those few stone steps, as you approach that heavy door, another layer of this world begins to reveal itself. It starts as a faint, complex scent that seems to emanate from the very grain of the wood. It is the smell of well-worn oiled leather, like a favourite chair or a treasured book binding. Underlying it is a clean, sharp, almost pine-like note of antiseptic, not harsh, but reassuring in its clarity. And weaving through these two is the soft, dusty fragrance of old paper, ledgers, medical texts, prescription pads, and finally a faint, sweet, woody hint of sandalwood, perhaps from a box or a cherished ornament. This unique bouquet, this signature scent of polished care and quiet knowledge, hangs in the air around the doorway. It is the scent of the profession itself, a blend of the practical and the comforting, of science and solace. It is the first thing a patient would notice, and it tells them, before a word is spoken, that they have arrived in a place of competence and calm. Breathe in this historical air once more, and let it anchor you firmly to this moment, to this threshold. The sounds of the city are a distant murmur now, a backdrop to the quiet drama of this house. All is ready. The day outside is fading to blue, and the light within is glowing ever brighter, inviting us to cross from the public evening into the private, purposeful world of the healer. The door opens not with a sharp click, but with a soft, yielding sigh of well-fitted wood, and you are admitted into the quiet heart of the place. The first impression is one of enveloping warmth and subdued light. This is the waiting room, a space designed not for haste, but for a gradual unwinding of worry. The walls are sheathed in dark, rich wood panelling, the grain like frozen rivers of mahogany and oak, absorbing the light and holding the silence close. Upon these walls, framed in heavy gilt, are oil portraits of serious-faced men with thoughtful eyes and full beards, their expressions calm, their gaze seeming to hold a century of observed suffering and quiet confidence. Thick velvet curtains in a deep burgundy or forest green are drawn against the cool evening, their heavy folds casting soft, shapeless shadows onto the floor, a fabric barrier against the world outside. But the true character of the room is painted by the light itself. The primary source is a single gas lamp mounted on the wall, its mantle glowing with a steady, buttery amber flame. This light does not blast, it suffuses. It fills the room with a golden haze, making the air itself seem visible, peaceful and slow. On the large, cluttered desk, a kerosene lamp adds its own contribution, its flame softer, more liquid, dancing ever so slightly in unseen currents and casting a gentle shimmering radiance across papers and glass. And through the one uncurtained portion of the coloured glass window, the last deep blue of the evening twilight seeps in, a cool, silent counterpoint to the warm lamplight. Where these lights meet, on the brass fittings of a cabinet, on the curve of a glass dome, on the polished arm of a chair, they create pools of shimmering reflection, little constellations in the miniature universe of the room. Your eyes are drawn to a large cabinet with glass-fronted doors. Behind this glass lies an orderly array of instruments, resting on a bed of dark velvet. There are slender silver probes, scissors with delicate curved blades, speculums that look like the beaks of strange, benign birds. They do not look cold or threatening in this light. The gas flame and the kerosene glow dance along their metallic surfaces, transforming them into objects of quiet beauty, like artifacts in a museum of compassion. The light plays on them, emphasizing their precision, their cleanliness, their purposeful design. They wait in their silent display, not as instruments of intrusion, but as promises of attentive care, their potential for healing already present in their gleaming, rested state. Now, let your attention settle, and let us move from seeing to feeling. For the true medicine of this place begins with touch, with a tangible connection that precedes any diagnosis. Imagine now the doctor's leather medical bag resting on a side table. See its surface. Worn smooth in places by the grip of a hand, the rich dark brown hide showing a subtle patina of use. If you could reach out and run your fingers over it, you would feel not a perfect factory uniformity, but a landscape of gentle bumps and soft valleys, the memory of the animal's life and the marks of its service. The leather is cool at first, but it holds the capacity for warmth, ready to absorb the heat of the room or the doctor's hand. Now picture the brass clasps being opened. They do not snap. They release with a firm, muffled thunk and a quiet metallic sigh, a sound that speaks of solidity and reliable closure. Opening the bag is the first act in a ritual, and the sound is the prelude to care. Inside that bag, among vials and cloth, rests his stethoscope. But this is not the light plastic tubing of today. This one is primarily of wood, a dark polished chestnut or rosewood for the chest piece, connected to thick rubberized tubes. Lift it in your mind's hand, feel its surprising weight, a substantial anchoring heaviness that feels honest and direct. The wooden chest piece is cool against your skin, but only for a moment. It quickly takes on the warmth of the body, becoming an extension of the listener's own heat. This is crucial. It does not remain a cold, foreign object, and when it is placed upon a patient's back, the sound it conveys is not a mere electronic amplification, it is a direct, resonant transmission through wood and tube. The heartbeat it carries is a deep, wooden asterisk, lub-dub asterisk, a rhythmic echo like a drum in a quiet forest, a sound felt in the ears and in the bones of the listener. It is a sound of nature, of the body's secret living machinery, heard through a medium of ancient organic material. Now, from the bag, your focus drifts to the rows of glass bottles on a shelf. They are apothecary bottles with square bodies and round necks, each stoppered with a solid cork. The glass is thick, slightly imperfect, with tiny bubbles and waves frozen within it, catching the lamplight and holding it in liquid amber or emerald pools of tincture within. Take one down. The surface is impeccably smooth, cool and satisfying to the touch. Your fingers trace not just the glass, but the paper label affixed to its front, its edges slightly raised, the script upon it in a flowing, precise hand, tinct. valeriani, sp, ammon, arum. The ink is faded to a soft brown. This is not the bold, shouted type of a factory label. It is a personal, handwritten notation, a whisper of what lies inside. And if you give the bottle a gentle, slow shake, the liquid within moves with a soft, viscous swish, a patient waiting sound. The cork, when removed, releases with a soft, hollow pop, a sound that is the very embodiment of opening, of access to something contained and potent. These objects, the yielding leather, the warming wood, the cool, smooth glass, they are not merely tools. They are the extended hands of the physician himself. They are intermediaries of touch, designed to translate human intention into gentle exploration. The leather bag carries comfort to the patient's home. The wooden stethoscope translates the hidden language of the heart into a form the caring ear can understand. The glass bottle safely holds the essence of plants and minerals, delivering it in measured doses. There is no sharpness here that is not purposeful and guarded. No coldness that does not quickly turn to warmth. To be touched by these objects, or by the hands that wield them, is to be connected to a long tradition of solace. It is to feel, in a world that can be harsh and impersonal, the focused, quiet attention of another human being channeled through these simple, honest materials. Your own hands can relax now, resting in your lap, because here, in this room, the very idea of touch is synonymous with safety. Your breath can soften, matching the slow, patient rhythm of this tactile world, where every object has a purpose, a place, and a gentle story to tell. Now, as that feeling of tactile safety settles around you like a soft, heavy blanket, allow your sense of self to soften its edges. There is no need to be a visitor here any longer. No need to maintain the separateness of an observer. In this quiet room, where worry is meant to dissolve, you can simply let go of the weight of being a person with a name and a history. Let the gentle pressure of the silence persuade you. You're no longer sitting in a chair looking at this room. You're becoming part of the room itself. Your presence is dispersing, becoming as fine and weightless as the dust motes that dance in the slanted amber light near the lampshade. You're the stillness in the shadow that pools beneath the heavy desk. You're the patient silence held between the pages of the thick medical tome resting on the side table, a silence of waiting knowledge. You're a particle of the faint, sweet scent of wood polish that has lingered in the air for decades. Feel your consciousness, your awareness, gently detaching from the familiar anchor of your body and beginning to blend, to merge with the peaceful, permanent things that fill this space. Let this merging begin with your body, but in a new way. We will not focus on its aches or its tensions. We will allow it to be translated, element by element, into the very fabric of the room. Start with your feet. Feel the solid, reliable connection they have with the floor wherever you are. Now imagine that connection deepening, transforming. The floor beneath you is no longer carpet or wood of your own time. It is the wide plank, dark oak flooring of the doctor's waiting room, polished to a soft sheen by generations of slow, pacing feet. Your feet are not resting upon it. They are becoming one with its enduring support. Feel the strength of that wood, its deep, grain-born memory of the tree that grew for a century in a quiet forest. It has borne the weight of countless anxious and relieved footsteps. It knows how to hold, how to carry without complaint. Let your feet dissolve into that stability, that timeless wooden strength. They're anchored now, held fast by history itself. Now, let that solid, grounded feeling rise slowly up through your legs, your torso, and into your chest. Notice your breathing. Follow its natural rhythm for a few moments, the gentle rise and fall. Now, sync that rhythm with another in the room. Direct your attention to the heavy velvet curtains drawn against the night. Watch them closely in your mind. They are not perfectly still. With the almost imperceptible draft from the window frame, with the slow exhalation of the house itself, they stir. Not a billow, but the faintest, most gentle sigh of movement, a slow inward swell and a soft release. See the deep fabric respond, a slow-motion wave of burgundy or green. This is the room's breath. Now, let your own breath fall into the same languid, unhurried pattern. Inhale as the fabric swells inward, slowly, deeply. Exhale as it relaxes outward, releasing completely. Your breath is no longer a private internal function. It is part of the room's gentle respiration, a silent exchange with the quiet air of 1900. With every exhalation, you release a little more of the present, and with every inhalation, you draw in more of that calm, lamplit stillness. Now, bring your awareness to your heartbeat. Feel its steady, quiet pulse within you. Listen for it not in your ears, but in the room. And there it is. On the mantel above the small, cold fireplace rests a large, oak-cased clock. Its brass pendulum swings behind a glass door with a slow, relentless, soothing precision. Tick, tock, tick, tock. The sound is not sharp or intrusive. It is a muffled, wooden, resonant beat, a heart of oak and brass and coiled steel. It measures time, not in frantic seconds, but in deliberate, spacious moments. Find the rhythm of your own pulse and gently, without force, let it synchronize with the great, patient heartbeat of the clock. Tick-tock. There is no hurry in that sound. It has been beating this same rhythm for 50 years, and it will beat it for 50 more. It is the pulse of the house, the pulse of an era that moved at the speed of bodies and horses and handwritten letters. Let your own heart settle into that ancient, reassuring cadence. There is no need to race. Here, your heartbeat is a quiet, internal echo of the clock's timeless rhythm, each beat a moment fully experienced, fully held, before being allowed to pass. Let this translation continue, spreading through the rest of your being. Your hands resting in your lap grow heavy and still, like the smooth river stones that might paperweight the doctor's documents. Your shoulders lose their upward tension, softening and sloping like the worn, rounded edges of the leather armchair. Your gaze becomes as diffuse and accepting as the gentle ambient light that fills the room, observing without focusing, seeing without scrutinizing. Your thoughts are no longer sharp, linear things, but drift like the faint, slow smoke from a long-extinguished pipe, curling into meaningless, peaceful shapes before dissolving into the warm air. You have become part of the clinic's ecosystem. You are a presence absorbed into the woodwork, the stillness, the very atmosphere of care. And in this state of peaceful integration, a gentle truth becomes clear, a truth that this room and this doctor understood in their bones. Here, in this sanctuary of measured breath and ticking clocks, the patient being treated is not just the person who walks through the door with a cough or a pain. The patient, the entity in need of soothing, is time itself. The frantic, forward-rushing time of the modern world is what lies upon the examination table. And the medicine administered here is slowness. It is deliberate attention. It is the silent, potent understanding that healing cannot be rushed, that a diagnosis requires observation, that a body mends at its own natural, gradual pace. The clock on the mantel is not a taskmaster. It is a companion in this healing. Its steady tick-tock is a balm, soothing the fever of haste, telling you without words that this hour, this moment is sufficient. It tells you that you have all the time in the world, because here, within these walls, time itself is convalescing, learning to walk again at the speed of a resting heartbeat, so rest within it. Let the slowness seep into your cells. You are now both in the clinic and of the clinic, a resting note in its quiet symphony of cure, where the very passage of moments is gently, patiently being healed. The transition from the waiting room to the heart of the doctor's practice is a quiet one. A door at the back of the room, almost hidden in the panelling, now stands ajar. From within comes a sliver of brighter, more focused light, and a sense of purposeful calm. This is the consulting room, and here the ritual begins. Our attention is drawn not to the doctor himself as a person, but to his hands and the instruments they will wield. Laid out upon a clean white linen cloth on the large central desk is the arsenal of care, each item a quiet partner in the work ahead. Let us meet them, one by one, in the soft morning-like light of the desk lamp. First, the stethoscope, but seen now in its full context. The chest piece is not just wood, but polished brass, a warm golden disc that will soon mirror the light of a patient's own home. It connects to twin tubes of dense black rubber, themselves leading to earpieces of smooth, hard ebony. This object is a philosopher. Its purpose is to bridge the impossible gap between one sealed secret interior and another's attentive consciousness. It is a translator of the hidden, a device that turns the moist, muscular thunder of a heart into a clean, discernible sound in the dry chamber of the ear. It operates on a simple, profound truth, that nothing is truly isolated, that with the right conduit, the most private rhythms can be shared, understood, and comforted. Beside it lies the thermometer, a slender wand of glass sealed at both ends. Within its narrow universe, a silver thread of mercury waits, dormant and contracted. This too is an instrument of profound philosophy. It is a measure of inner weather, a gauge for the invisible fires that burn within the body. Its action is not instantaneous but gradual, a slow, inevitable climb as the heat of life coaxes the liquid metal upward. Watching that slender silver line swell and rise is an exercise in patience. It makes time itself visible, charting the minutes not as abstract concepts, but as measurable increments of a body's struggle or calm. It teaches that some truths cannot be rushed, that they must be waited for, observed with a quiet and steady gaze. There are other, more silent inhabitants of the linen field, a few surgical instruments laid out with geometric precision. A scalpel with a bone handle, its blade a perfect muted silver crescent. A pair of forceps with scissor handles and slender promising tips. A probe, straight and innocent. In this quiet light, they do not speak of cutting or invasion. They speak of precision. They are promises of exactitude, of a pain that will be minimal because the hand that guides them is sure and the mind that directs them is clear. They are sharp, yes, but theirs is a sharpness of focus, of purpose, a clarity that is in itself a form of gentleness. They wait, not with menace, but with the serene readiness of a key that knows it can open a door to relief. And finally, the humble vital partners, the notebook and the pen. The notebook is bound in dark leather, its pages thick and cream-coloured, empty but for a few patient names and dates at the top. The pen is a fountain pen, its barrel of dark, mottled celluloid, its nib a point of sharp, iridium-tipped gold. This pair is the anchor of the entire endeavour. They represent the covenant between observation and memory. The pen is the physical extension of the doctor's watching eye. It will not scribble, it will inscribe. It will translate the subtle signs, the pallor of a cheek, the slight rattle in a breath, the hesitant description of a pain into a permanent considered script. The notebook is the silent witness, the repository of stories that are not tales of drama, but narratives of process, of the slow turn from illness back to health. This act of writing is not bureaucracy. It is a sacred part of the healing ritual, an act of respect for the complexity of the human body and the story of its ailment. Now, observe the preparation, a ballet of quiet motion. The doctor's hands enter the scene, calm and capable. They do not grab or snatch. They hover for a moment, then descend with deliberate care upon the leather bag. The clasps are opened once more, that familiar, solid thunk echoing softly in the quiet room. The inside of the bag is lined with faded blue velvet, compartmentalized and ordered, and now begins the slow, meticulous process of loading. The hands pick up the stethoscope, feeling the familiar weight. They gently coil the rubber tubes, not in a tight, straining loop, but in a loose, generous circle like a sleeping serpent, and lay it in its dedicated place. Breathe in as the instrument is lifted. Breathe out as it is nestled into the velvet. Next, the thermometer is taken. It is wiped with a soft cloth, already touched with alcohol, a cool, cleansing scent briefly blooming in the air. It is placed in a slender, protective metal case which closes with a soft, definitive click. Breathe in as it is cleaned. Breathe out with the sound of the case closing, a sound of security. The instruments are next, each one lifted, inspected under the light for a fleeting second, a check for spotless perfection, and then laid side by side in their own compartment, their sharpness sheathed in leather loops. Inhale with the lifting, the inspection. Exhale with the laying down, the securing. The notebook and pen are last. The pen is unscrewed for a moment, the nib checked, then screwed back together with firm, gentle twists. It is slipped into a loop on the inside of the bag's lid. The notebook finds its place beside it. Every action is unhurried, methodical, a physical incantation. There is no fumbling, no second-guessing. Each item has a home, and each is returned to it with confident care. This is the cultivation of order, and order is the foundation of trust. As you watch, as you synchronize your breath with these purposeful motions, a deep psychological safety is woven. This is a mind that does not rush. This is a hand that does not tremble. This is a process where everything is seen, considered, and placed with intention. The chaotic, unpredictable nature of illness is about to be met not with panic, but with this portable island of perfect prepared calm. The bag, when the final clasp is fastened, is more than a collection of tools. It is a compact embodiment of readiness, a promise that wherever the doctor goes, this same attentive, unhurried order will prevail. The ritual is complete. The hands grow still. The room holds its breath, waiting. The journey into the evening can begin. With the bag now firmly in hand, a compact universe of order weighing gently at his side, the doctor steps out onto the stone stoop. The evening air has deepened from twilight blue to a velvety, star-pricked black above the rooftops. He pauses for a moment, a silhouette against the warm light from the open door, and then descends the few steps to the sidewalk. The door closes softly behind him with that same sigh of wood, sealing away the quiet sanctuary. Now he becomes a moving part of the city's great slow evening machine, and we, having merged with the very essence of his clinic, now flow alongside him, a silent companion on his round.
Our journey begins on the residential street, a world of soft shadows and isolated pools of light. Here, the primary illumination comes from the gas lamps, each one creating a perfect, glowing sphere of amber that fades gracefully into darkness at its edges. The light falls on the brownstone facades, making the reddened brownstone look warm and alive, highlighting the carved leaf patterns on lintels and the intricate ironwork of railings. As we walk with him, moving from one pool of light to the next, the rhythm is like passing through a series of quiet, golden rooms under the open sky. But as we approach a broader avenue, a different quality of light begins to compete. It is whiter, sharper, more constant. Electric arc lamps, mounted on tall poles, cast a stark, brilliant daylight onto the intersection below. In this transitional zone, the two lights do not battle but mingle. The warm gaslight golden glow washes up against the cold electric blue minus white like waves on a shore, creating strange, layered shadows and giving the faces of the few passers-by a dual aspect, part memory, part future. The doctor moves through this tapestry of light without pause, his figure momentarily gilded, then silvered, then absorbed back into the softer gloom of a side street. And as we move, the city speaks to us in layers. On the quiet side street, the sound is intimate and close. The scrape of a broom on a doorstep 2 houses down, the distant, melodic fragment of a piano practice drifting from an upper window, the soft, contented nicker of a horse in a nearby stable, a deep, rumbling sound. The turning onto a commercial street, the texture changes. Here, the dominant sound is the symphony of wheels and hooves. It is not a cacophony, but a rolling, rhythmic foundation. The iron-rimmed wheels of drays and carriages grate and rumble over the granite cobblestones, a continuous, grinding song of commerce winding down. The horses' hooves provide the percussion, a steady, hollow clop-clop that echoes off the building fronts. Above this, the higher notes the jingle of harness brass, the call of a driver to his team, the squeak of a swinging shop sign in the evening breeze. Further toward the river, a deeper, vibrational hum enters the mix. The low churn of machinery from a late shift factory, the occasional mournful shout of a tugboat on the dark water, sounds felt in the stomach as much as heard. Then, there is the city's breath, its ever-changing scent. It is an olfactory map more reliable than any street sign. One moment, you pass the sweet, yeasty cloud of a bakery's final bake, a warm, comforting blanket of scent. Then it slips away, replaced by the dry, clean smell of hay and the honest, pungent aroma of horse from a livery stable, a smell of animal warmth and hard work. Underlying everything is the faint, mineral scent of coal smoke from 1,000 hearths, a smell that speaks of evening fires and gathered families. From a recently dampened gutter rises the petrichor scent of wet stone and dust, a clean, primal odor. And then, as a well-dressed couple passes by, a delicate trail of perfume lingers, bergamot and rose powder and violet water, a fleeting ghost of luxury and romance in the pragmatic night. Beneath your feet, through the doctor's steady tread, you feel the city's skin. For long stretches, it is the uneven, solid mosaic of cobblestones, each round granite stone worn smooth in its center by generations of traffic, their hard, unyielding surface transmitting every vibration upward. Then, with a change in tone, the cobbles give way to a section of Nicholson pavement, wooden blocks soaked in creosote, fitted together like a giant's parquet floor. Here, the footfall is softer, more muted. The rumble of wheels reduced to a deeper, wooden thunder. On the newest, most fashionable avenues, you might encounter the strange, smooth expanse of asphalt, a dark, seamless river underfoot that feels almost silent, a futuristic novelty that seems to swallow sound whole. The doctor's pace adjusts minutely to each surface, a subconscious calibration of balance and rhythm. And it is this rhythm we now join, this walking meditation. His stride is not that of a man out for a stroll, nor of one running late. It is the pace of purpose tempered by patience. It is measured, consistent, a pendulum swing of leg and foot that eats up the blocks with quiet efficiency. There is a gentle heel -to roll to each step, a transfer of weight that is confident and smooth. This is our anchor. Let your own breathing find this pace. Inhale slowly and deeply over the space of 4 of his steps, of 4 of his steps, of 4 of his steps. Listen to the pattern step, 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 step as air fills your lungs. Then exhale just as slowly and completely over the next 4 steps. Step, 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 step as you release the breath back into the night air. Inhale for 4 steps of his journey. Exhale for 4. Let your mind let go of the sights, the smells, the thoughts. Focus only on this cycle, the 4-beat inhalation, the 4-beat exhalation, since to the unwavering meter of his progress, your breath becomes his pace. His purpose becomes your rhythm. And as you walk in this synchronized trance, let the sounds around you transform. Do not hear them as street noises, but as the elements of a vast, sleeping landscape. That constant, grinding rumble of the wagon wheels on the cobbles is no longer traffic. It is the sound of a distant, eternal ocean, waves of stone and steel rolling onto a shore, again and again, a soothing white noise from the depths of the city canyon. Hollow sea lopping of the horses' hooves becomes the sound of water dripping in a deep, peaceful cave, each drop a perfect, resonant note marking the passage of timeless moments. The occasional call of a driver is a lone bird cry in this vast auditory wilderness. The low factory hum is the earth's own slumbering breath. You are not walking through a city anymore. Pulsating heart. His steady, for minor step breath is your compass. The leather bag swings gently at his side with each stride, a soft rhythmic creak keeping time. You are going somewhere, and yet you are also profoundly still, floating on the deep, resonant currents of the night, every sense lull, every thought slowed to the speed of a walking man in the year 1900. The doctor's measured walk finally turns into a narrower street, where the buildings press closer together, their brick faces darkened by time and soot. He climbs a short flight of steps to a plain wooden door, and with a firm but quiet knock, he is admitted. We cross the threshold with him, leaving the grand, oceanic sounds of the avenue for a smaller, more intimate world. The apartment is small, the rooms leading one into the next with no hallway to speak of. But within this confined space, there is an extraordinary order, a fierce cleanliness that speaks of pride and care. The walls, though papered in a pattern now faded to soft blues and greys, are free of marks. A crucifix of dark wood hangs prominently, and next to it, a small, color-tinted lithograph of the Sacred Heart, the gaze serene and knowing. Its intricate patterns like frozen snowflakes covers a simple table, a small act of beauty defiantly placed amidst practicality. The light comes from a single kerosene lamp on the mantel, its flame turned low, casting a pool of fragile, trembling gold that pushes back the shadows just enough to define the space without dispelling them. The family is gathered, their faces pale canvases of fatigue and concern. Amon stands near the stove, his hands empty, his expression one of helpless vigilance. A woman, her hair neatly pinned but with strands escaping at her temples, sits on the edge of a chair, her posture a tight coil of suppressed fear. The atmosphere is thick with their silent communication, a language of glances and slight shifts in posture. The tight knot of anxiety does not vanish, but it loosens, as if a shared, silent exhalation passes through the room. Their eyes fix on him, not with desperation, but with a profound, weathered trust. They believe in the solidity of his presence, in the weight of his leather bag, in the calm that seems to emanate from him like warmth from a stove. This trust is the true furniture of the room, more present than any chair or table. And there, on a makeshift bed of cushions and blankets near the hearth, lies the patient. A child, a boy of perhaps 5 or 6, his face flushed with the unnatural rose of fever. His eyes are closed, but his breathing is visible, a quick, shallow flutter in the hollow of his thin throat. The scene could be one of sheer distress, but it is not. It is wrapped in a profound tenderness. The blanket tucked around him is patched but clean, and the woman reaches over, without looking, to adjust it with a touch so light it is almost ghostly. The child is not an alarm, he is the quiet, burning center of the room's universe, around which all orbits of care gently turn. The doctor does not rush to him. He first acknowledges the parents with a slow, slight nod, a gesture that says, "I am here. We will attend to this." He removes his hat and coat, hanging them slowly on a peg by the door. Paced to lower the room's temperature of fear. He is not ignoring the urgency, he is redefining it, teaching that true care begins in calmness. Now, he approaches the child. He does not loom. He lowers himself to one knee beside the pallet, bringing himself to the child's level. The leather bag is opened, but not widely. It yields its stools one at a time, each appearing as needed. The ritual begins. First, his hands. He holds them out, not touching anything, allowing the heat of the room to warm his skin. Then, with a slowness that is almost liturgical, he reaches to touch the child's forehead, resting there for a long, quiet moment. This is not a quick check. It is a listening touch, a silent inquiry sent through the skin. He is gauging not just heat, but texture, the quality of the fever. He then gently removes the cloth, dips it in a basin of cool water held by the father, wrings it with a soft, squeezing sound, and folds it anew, placing it back with the same deliberate care. From his bag he draws the thermometer. He shakes the mercury down with a few firm flicks of his wrist, a soft, clicking whisper. Then, with infinite gentleness, he parts the child's lips and places the slender glass under the tongue. His hand remains lightly supporting the small chin. "Be still now," he whispers, his voice a low, gravelly murmur that seems part of the fire's crackle. And then they wait. All wait. The parents hold their breath. The doctor's eyes are on the small face watching. But his presence is utterly still. This is the visualization of time, of patience. The silver thread within the glass begins its slow, inevitable ascent, a tiny mountain being formed moment by moment. There is nothing to do but be present for this climb. Your own breathing slows to match this waiting. Inhale as the mercury seems to exhale as it creeps imperceptibly upward. This is not wasted time. It is invested time. Next comes the stethoscope. He warms the chest-piece in his palm, closing his fingers around the wooden brass until it holds the memory of living heat. With a hand that seems to have no weight, he loosens the child's nitrate and places the disc upon the small, burning chest. He closes his own eyes. Now he is listening to the secret interior weather. The raspy, hurried breath fills the tubes, travels to the wooden earpieces, and enters his consciousness. He does not just hear symptom, he listens to the body's story, to the struggle in the lungs, the gallop of the heart. His face is a mask of pure, undiluted attention. This is the core of the old philosophy: the doctor does not heal. The body heals itself. The doctor's role is to be the skilled ally, the knowledgeable witness who understands the terrain of illness and can support the body's own innate push toward balance. He is removing obstacles, fear, ignorance, complication, and lending his calm strength to the patient's own vital force. His listening is an act of reinforcement, a silent message to the small, fevered body: I am here with you. I hear your fight. You are not alone. Now, let your own awareness settle onto the child's breathing. Hear its quick, shallow rhythm, like the frantic flutter of a moth's wing against a windowpane. Follow the doctor's lead. Do not try to change it, simply witness it. And then, with the gentlest intention, imagine your own breath, slow and deep from your walking meditation, beginning to align with that fragile rhythm. Make your inhalations and exhalations match the child's, but with a deepening, slowing influence. As the child breathes in, you breathe in, slowly drawing calm into your own lungs. As the child breathes out, you breathe out, releasing tension. With each shared cycle, imagine the child's frantic rhythm being gently persuaded, lulled by the deeper, older, more stable rhythm you are offering. The doctor's own steady presence is doing the same. He is a rock in the stream of the fever, and the current of illness must eventually flow around him, slowing in the process. The child's breath begins to change, not by force, but by the magnetic pull of a deeper calm. The fluttering starts to deepen. The pauses between breaths grow slightly longer. It is a subtle, profound transfer of peace, from the doctor's steady heart through the medium of focused attention, into the heart of the ailment. In this lamplit room, medicine is not a pill or a procedure. It is a shared, synchronized breath, a moment where healing is a quiet, participatory act, and the most powerful tool is a human being's capacity for serene, focused presence. The examination continues, but it has become a meditation, a laying on of hands that is as much for the spirit as for the body, a silent chorus of care where even the listeners, even we, breathing in the dark, are part of the gentle, healing song. The consultation in the wall, lamplit room reaches its gentle conclusion. Instructions are given in a low, steady voice, not as commands, but as suggestions for the body's own wisdom. Cool liquids, rest, the simple passage of time watched over by love. A small bottle of willow-sparked tincture is left on the laced tablecloth, its glass catching the firelight. Payment is discussed in quiet, respectful tones near the door, an exchange that feels less like commerce and more like the sealing of a pact. With a final, reassuring nod that encompasses the entire family, the doctor takes up his bag, now slightly lighter, and steps back out into the enveloping night. The door closes softly, leaving the sphere of familial care behind, and he is once again a solitary figure moving through the city's vastness. But the city he enters is not the same one he left an hour before. It is transformed, deepening into its nocturnal self, and our journey back will be a walk through the very process of the world falling asleep. A profound quiet is settling over the streets, a blanket being drawn up. Look down the commercial avenue. An hour ago, it was a river of light and motion. Now, that river is drying up, one pool at a time. Shop windows that glowed with electric brilliance or gaslit warmth are now going dark. You witness it from a distance. A figure moves inside a haberdashery, and then, with a decisive click, the window display vanishes into shadow, leaving only the ghostly outlines of mannequins. The chemist's window dims, its great colored jars of liquid ruby, emerald, sapphire swallowed by the gloom, their promises of cure now resting. Across the street, the bakery's final golden glow from the back kitchen is extinguished, leaving the street a little colder, a little darker. It is not a sudden blackout, but a gradual, polite retreat. The city is turning inwards, shuttering its public face, room by room, window by window. With the closing of the shops comes a thinning of sound, a decrescendo in the city's symphony. The constant, grinding rumble of wagon wheels has diminished to a rare, solitary event. You might hear a single carriage in the distance, it was echoing down a canyon of brick, and then long minutes of silence before the next. The clop of hooves, once a constant percussion, is now an intermittent heartbeat, fading. The voices of people are gone from the sidewalk. The newsboys have vanished with their urgent cries. What remains is the architecture of sound, the fundamental notes. The wind, which was unnoticed before, now makes itself known, sighing down the empty streets, stirring a fallen scrap of paper, humming a low note in the telegraph wires overhead. From a nearby alley, the soft scuttle of a foraging cat. The distant, lonely whistle of a train on the far edge of the city, a sound that speaks of journeys and distances. Yet the city is not dead. It is breathing more softly. As you pass the tall, dark residential buildings, you become a witness to 100 private universes. From a second-story window, the hesitant, beautiful notes of a child practicing Czerny etudes on a piano drift down, each note clear and fragile in the stillness, a mind learning order through melody. From another, the soft rhythmic murmur of a voice reading aloud, a father reading a bedtime story, the words indistinct but the tone a warm, rising unfalling cadence of love. To a thin curtain, you see the moving shadow of someone pacing slowly in a room, the silhouette of a hand lifting a glass to a silhouette of a head. A burst of soft laughter from a basement kitchen, quickly muffled. These are not intrusions, but assurances. They are the proof that life continues, safely contained, woven into the fabric of the night, each window a lighted stage in a vast, tranquil theater. and through this deepening quiet moves a figure of deliberate, silent authority, the patrolman. You see him before you, hear him, his tall helmet, his brass buttons catching a sliver of moonlight, his dark coat blending with the shadows. He walks with a slow, measured pace of ownership, his nightstick tapping gently against his leg, not as a threat, but as a quiet metronome of his passage. He is the incarnate spirit of the sleeping city's security. He does not expect trouble, his presence is a precaution, a promise. He nods gravely to the doctor as they pass, to men of duty in the empty hours, a silent exchange that reinforces the peace. The soft, rhythmic tap of his boots on the pavement is a grounding sound, a reminder that all is watched over, all is in order. As the doctor walks, his own internal rhythm slows to match the city's. The urgent focus of the sick room dissipates into a wider, more reflective calm. His thoughts, if we could hear them, are not racing. They are the slow, deep currents of a river in the dark. He thinks not in terms of diagnoses and prescriptions, but in terms of stories. He thinks of the resilience of that small, fevered body, of the fierce, quiet love in that immigrant apartment that was, in truth, the most potent medicine in the room. He reflects on the peculiar art of his profession, this life, long study of human fragility, not to exploit it, but to stand beside it, to offer a steadying hand to the mysterious, self-healing force within. He thinks of the trust placed in him, a weight heavier and more sacred than his leather bag. In this silent communion with the night, his work transcends science and becomes a form of witnessing, a participation in the endless, quiet drama of life striving against its own dissolution. There is no arrogance in these thoughts, only a humble, weary gratitude for the privilege of being a companion on the difficult path. And this internal quiet, this professional serenity, is a gift he offers to the night, and the night in turn offers it to you. As you walk with him through these emptying streets, feel the external tranquility seeping inward. The growing darkness outside is not an absence, but a presence, a soft, velvety pressure that gently smooths the wrinkled edges of your mind. The diminishing sounds are not a loss, but a creating of space. With each receding clop of a horse's hoof, with each extinguished window, a little more internal noise is allowed to dissipate. Let the city surrender to sleep, be your own guide. Just as the shops are turning off their lights, one by one, you can turn off the buzzing concerns of your day. Let that worry about tomorrow's task be like the electric lamp that just flickered out across the street. Let that unresolved tension from a conversation be like the delivery wagon whose rumble has finally faded around a distant corner. Background anxiety that hums in modern life be like the factory noise that has now ceased, leaving only a blessed, resonant silence in its wake. The city is releasing its day. It is letting go of its commerce, its traffic, its public bustle. It is exhaling a great, collective science settling into its essential, brick minus and minus bone self. Your mind can do the same. With every step the doctor takes, with every breath you take in sync with his pace, release the need to plan, release the need to solve, release the remembered fragments of conversations, the digital glow, the relentless forward push of the clock. The night here is deep and patient. It holds no agendas. The policeman's slow patrol guards the perimeter of this peace. The soft lights from the windows are like guardian candles. You are walking through a landscape that is actively, consciously going to rest. Allow its example to be your permission. Let the quiet outside become the quiet inside. Let the darkness become a soothing balm for your over-lit thoughts. Let the rhythmic, solitary sound of the doctor's footsteps be the only thought you need to follow, a steady beat leading you away from the noisy day and deeper into the tranquil, healing heart of the historical night, where nothing is required of you but to exist peacefully, as the world itself succumbs to a gentle and deserved slumber. The doctor's key turns in the lock with a sound that seems both a conclusion and a beginning. He steps back into the waiting room, but it is a different space now, entirely his own. The air, still warm from the banked fire in the small grate, holds the day's accumulated silence, a silence he does not break but joins. He lights no extra lamps. The single gas jet on the wall and the kerosene lamp on his desk are sufficient, casting their familiar, intimate kingdoms of light. The leather sighing against the wood, and for a moment he simply stands, allowing the stillness of the house to settle upon his shoulders like a familiar coat. Then he sits. The chair accepts his weight with a soft, wooden creak of recognition. This is the final ritual of the day, the translation of experience into memory, and it begins with the quietest of sounds. From a drawer he withdraws the record book, its leather-covered arc and soft. He opens it to a fresh page, the paper thickened cream-colored, waiting. Next comes the inkwell, a squat crystal bottle filled with a liquid so blue-black it seems a piece of the night itself captured in glass. He unstoppers it, and a faint, astringent scent of iron gall ink rises, a sharp, clean odor that cuts through the room's warmth. Then the pen. It is a dip pen with a long, graceful ebony handle and a slender, pointed steel nib. He takes it in his hand, a conductor's baton poised over the silent orchestra of the page. He dips the nib into the ink, a careful immersion, and brings it to the page. The moment of contact is when the magic begins. There is a soft, scratching whisper, a susurrus like the feet of a small creature moving through dry leaves. It is the sound of thought being given physical form. The ink flows from the reservoir of the nib in a smooth, dark line, following the guidance of his hand with a slight, wet gleam before settling into the thirsty paper. Scratch and sigh, scratch and sigh. The rhythm is slow, deliberate. He is not writing, he is inscribing. This is not mere clerical work. What flows from the pen is not just a list of symptoms and prescriptions. It is a narrative. The 24 Catherine Street, presented evening of October 26th with febrile excitation, flushed countenance, pulse rapid but strong, each word is chosen, each phrase weighed. He describes the quality of the cough, the temperament of the fever, the resilience in the parent's eyes. He notes the child's response to the cool cloth, the slight easing of breath after the administration of the tincture. This record is a portrait, a story of a body's encounter with imbalance and the forces marshaled to aid it. It embodies the medical mind of 1900, a holistic vision that saw the patient not as a collection of parts, but as a complete entity existing within a web of family, environment, and spirit. The diagnosis was less about labeling a disease and more about understanding a unique, unfolding event in a human life. The treatment was not an assault on illness, but a careful, patient collaboration with the body's own profound wisdom to heal. The scratch of the pen is the sound of this philosophy, of observation so deep it becomes a form of reverence. Each sentence a stitch in the vast, ongoing tapestry of care. The final period is placed, a dark, definitive star at the end of the constellation of words. He lays the pen aside on a ceramic rest. The entry is complete, the story entrusted to the safekeeping of the page. Now another kind of ritual begins, one of cleansing and restoration. From a side room, he brings a porcelain bowl filled with steaming hot water, its surface swirling with the faint, translucent clouds of dissolved soap. The scent is simple, clean, carbolic. The tools that ventured out into the night are retrieved from the bag and returned to a state of pristine readiness. The thermometer is first, its slender glass washed with a soft cloth, the mercury column a silver thread shrinking back to its bulb. It is dried with infinite care and returned to its metal case, which closes with that satisfying, secure click. Next, the stethoscope, the wooden chest minus piece and the brass bell are wiped clean of any memory of fevered skin. the rubber tubes smoothed with the damp cloth. They are laid on a clean towel, gleaming faintly in the lamplight, their purpose quieted but undiminished. The few instruments follow. The scalpel blade is passed through the soapy water, then dried until it winks with a spotless, mute silver light. The forceps, the probe, each receives the same attentive baptism, the same gentle drying. There is no haste. This is an act of gratitude, a careful wiping away of the day's labors to honor the tools that performed them. Each item, once cleansed, is not put away but placed. The stethoscope is coiled in a specific loop within the bag. The instruments are slotted into their individual leather sheaths. The thermometer case is nestled in its corner. It is a return to order, a meticulous rebuilding of the portable sanctuary. When the last item is settled, the bag's clasps are fastened, not with a snap, but with two firm, final presses. The sound is one of completeness. The clinic itself seems to sigh. The tools have been washed not just of physical matter, but of the day's weight. They rest. The bag sits, and the side table closed whole, and waiting the promise renewed for the morning that will inevitably come. Now the work is done. The records are written. The tools are sleeping. The doctor does not rise immediately. He remains in his chair, but his posture changes. The slight forward tilt of attention melts away. He leans back, the old wood accepting him fully. His hands, usually busy, come to rest on the arms of the chair, palms open and relaxed. He is no longer a doctor performing tasks. He is simply a man existing in the quiet heart of his own life. His gaze is soft, focused on nothing and everything and everything and everything, and on the play of lamplight over the inkwell, on the shadowed titles of the books on the shelf across the room. He is thinking perhaps, but not in words. He is absorbing the silence, letting it fill the spaces within him that the day's demands had occupied. And in this profound stillness, one sound has remained throughout, the eternal heartbeat beneath the fluctuations of the day. It is the clock on the mantel. Tick-tock, tick-tock in the busy hours. It was a background pulse, a steady companion. Now, in this absolute quiet, it becomes the dominant melody, the solitary voice of the night. Each tick is a clear, wooden note of arrival. Each tock is its perfect echo, a note of departure. They mark not rushing minutes, but spacious, empty moments, vessels of pure peace. There is no past in that sound, no future, only the endless, gentle present of the pendulum's swing. The doctor's own breathing begins to slow, to deepen, to find its own rhythm within the clock's majestic, unhurried cadence. The light from the lamps seems to grow softer, warmer, as if in sympathy with his stillness. The room is no longer a clinic. It is a capsule suspended in time, a bubble of amber lightened rhythmic sound, and at its center, a man who has done his work and now has the grace to simply be. The whole world narrows to this, a pool of light, a resting figure, and the ancient, comforting sound of time passing slowly, safely, tick by tock, breath by breath, carrying everything toward a gentle and inevitable repose. As the doctor sits in that final, perfect stillness, a subtle transformation begins to unfold within the quiet room. It starts at the edges of perception, a gentle softening of the hard lines that separate one thing from another. The objects in the clinic, so clearly of their era just moments ago, begin to shed their historical specificity. The gas lamp's mantle glows not as a fixture of the 1900 seconds, but simply as a sphere of warm light. The leather of the bag loses its story of being tanned and stitched in a particular year. It becomes the essence of leather itself, a texture of care and carrying. The wood of the desk and the floor, the glass of the inkwell, the steel of the pen nib all begin to resonate with a deeper, more universal quality. They are no longer merely things from the past. They are now eternal forms of solidity, transparency, and utility, timeless in their simple being. Silhouetted in the chair, undergoes this change. His specific face, the cut of his coat, the style of his hair, these details gently blur and fade. What remains is not a man, but a posture of attentiveness. He becomes an archetype, a quiet monument to the act of caring itself. He is the watcher by the lamp, the listener in the silence, the calm at the center of the storm of human frailty. Someone of 1900, he is the spirit of the healer that has existed for millennia and will exist as long as there is suffering to soothe. And from beyond the drawn curtains, the last whispers of the city complete this dissolution of boundaries. The occasional carriage wheel, the distant bark of a dog, the far-off hum of the waking world, these sounds do not vanish, but they blend together. They lose their distinct identities and merge into a soft, continuous, oceanic murmur. It is a sound without beginning or end, a sonic blanket of pure presence. It is the white noise of the sleeping world, a gentle roar that contains all other sounds within its embrace, neutralizing them, making them safe and indistinct. This auditory blurring mirrors the visual softening, until the room feels less like a defined location and more like a consciousness, a state of being. Now, within this softened, boundless space, allow your own awareness to expand. There is no longer a ceiling above you or walls around you. Your consciousness, which had settled into the wood of the floor and the rhythm of the clock, now rises and diffuses. It passes effortlessly through the walls of the brownstone, not as a physical breach, but as a gentle expansion, like mist rising from a river. You are now in the cool, vast air above the rooftops of New York. But this is not the modern city of soaring steel. It is the city of 1900, sleeping below you, a landscape of undulating slate roofs, countless brick chimneys, church spires pointing like dark fingers at a sky now thick with stars. Your awareness flows over this sleeping giant. You feel the solid, dreaming weight of the buildings, the long, straight canyons of the empty streets, the dark, slow-minus moving ribbon of the Hudson River reflecting the moonlight like a path of shattered silver. And you are also within it in the coolness of the river's breath, in the starlight caught on 1,000 window panes, in the deep foundational silence of the earth upon which it is all built. And in this expanded state, time itself layers and folds. The year 1900 does not feel like a distant point on a line. It feels like a slice of eternity, a single resonant chord held within the endless symphony of nights. This specific evening, with its particular worries, its specific lamplight, its unique blend of coal smoke and night minus blooming flowers, becomes a permanent part of the night's essence. It is not lost to history, it is added to the collective memory of the moonlight, forever accessible in the quiet places of the mind. You are not visiting the past. You are resting within a timeless moment where all peaceful nights converge, where the care offered in one era resonates softly in all others, a perpetual, gentle echo in the vastness of time. Now, from this expansive, timeless vista, let us gently gather the threads of our journey and bring them to a place of rest. Let us recall, in a soft, internal whisper, the elements that composed this night. The scent of oiled leather and old paper in the waiting room, let that scent settle now, finding its permanent home in the memory of sanctuary. The feel of the cool, smooth glass of the medicine bottle, let the tactile memory sink into a place of calm assurance. The weight of the wooden stethoscope, the rhythmic scratch of the pen, the soft hiss of the gas lamp, let each one be acknowledged and then gently released to its niche in the archive of the senses. The amber light, the velvet shadows, the taste of the night air, the steady tick minor stock of the clock watches each element, recalled, finds its perfect final position in the mosaic of this experience. They are not leaving, they are settling, and as they settle, so to do the dualities that define the evening. The fever of the child and the coolness of the cloth are not opposites, but to notes in the same chord of healing. The anxiety of the parents and the con of the doctor are not in conflict, but in conversation. The noisy day and the silent night are not at war, beautiful cycle of existence. In this peaceful integration, the very concepts of illness and health, worry and peace, dissolve into a simple, unified state of being. There is only what is, and what is profoundly still. Observe now as the final, graceful actions are taken. The doctor, that embodiment of care, stirs from his chair. He moves to the desk and, with a soft, precise breath, he bends and extinguishes the flame of the kerosene lamp. There is a faint puff and a fleeting wisp of smoke that carries the ghost of the light's warmth. But this is not the arrival of darkness. It is the transformation of light from a flame contained in glass to a deeper, more diffuse glow that now seems to emanate from the objects themselves, from the polished wood, from the crystalline quell, from the very air, charged with the memory of illumination. He then turns to the gas lamp on the wall, and with a gentle turn of a key, its persistent amber glow winks out. Now, the room is lit only by the faint, blue starlight seeping through the colored glass window, painting the interior in monochrome blues and silvers. It is a different kind of sight, a seeing with the soul rather than the eyes. He walks to the door leading to the waiting room, and you hear the soft, solid engagement of a lock, a sound that does not speak of exclusion, but of safekeeping. The clinic, its work complete, its stools at rest, is now sealed in a cocoon of tranquility, and then the doctor himself ascends the stairs, his footsteps growing fainter, until they are absorbed by the silence. He too is returning not just to his bedroom, but to the night itself. He becomes one with the sleeping figure in the house, with the slow breath of the city, with the watchful stars. The caregiver has been absorbed back into the great, caring embrace of the universe he served. The room is empty now, yet it is completely full of silence, full of peace, full of the resonant aftermath of compassion. The only movement is the slow, endless swing of the brass pendulum behind the glass of the clock, catching a sliver of starlight with each pass. Tick-tock, the sound is slower now, deeper, as if the clock itself is drifting into dreams. It is the last thread connecting you to the world of form. Let your breath match this final, languid rhythm. With each tick, let go a little more. With each tock, sink a little deeper. You are the clinic. You are the starlight on the floorboards, the memory in the leather, the peace in the silence. You have traveled to 1900 and found it was not a foreign country, but a room within your own capacity for stillness. The night is complete. The healing is not something that was done, it is something that is eternally happening. Let the gentle pulse of the historical clock carry you now, beyond narrative, beyond time, into the soft, boundless depths of a rest that has been waiting for you for a century, and will welcome you for centuries more. Sleep now, within this everlasting night. Sleep, healed by time itself. Now in this profound quiet where time has softened its edges, allow the final and most gentle transformation to occur. Let your own physical form, which has been a silent companion on this journey, begin to merge completely with the landscape of the past. Feel your skeleton, the solid architecture of your body, losing its isolated rigidity. Imagine it becoming akin to the brownstone buildings of the Upper West Side, strong, enduring, built layer upon layer with a patient craft. Your bones are no longer separate, they are the quiet framework of the sleeping city itself, bearing weight effortlessly, designed to last through generations. Within you, sense the flow of your blood. Let its circulation slow and deepen, becoming not a hurried internal current, but the majestic, dark, and endless flow of the East River under the moon. It moves with a tidal patience, carrying no urgency, only the necessary, lifelong nourishment from one quiet shore to another. A river within you mirroring the river around you. Turn your attention to your breath. It is no longer your own private rhythm. It has expanded. Each inhalation is the collective, gentle sigh of the city settling into its rest, the sigh of a million sleepers, the whisper of steam in distant pipes, the soft contraction of cooling bricks in the night air. Each exhalation is the city's release, the letting go of the day's heat and worry into the vast, accepting sky. Your breath is the breath of the metropolis, shared and boundless. That most intimate of drums now finds its true counterpart. It is no longer a solitary pulse, but is synchronized with the eternal, wooden rhythm of the mental clock. Tick, your heart receives a moment. Tock, your heart releases it. It is the steady, unfaltering pace of a universe that is in no rush, the patient pulse of history itself, measured not in seconds but in eras, beating now within the quiet chamber of your chest. In this metamorphosis, a final, unshakable safety is woven around you. You are no longer a solitary modern self, adrift in a sea of anxieties and digital whispers. That fragile, worried identity has been gently dissolved in the amber light of this old room. You are now part of the continuum. You are a note in the long, quiet song of human care, a breath in the centuries-minus long night of the city. You belong. The year 1900 is no longer a date in a book. It has become your cradle. Its sturdy buildings, its quiet streets, its watchful moonlit river curves around you like the smoothed, wooden sides of an ancient bassinet, holding you in a profound and timeless embrace. And the doctor's quiet, focused attention, the essence of his vigil has not vanished. It has become the very blanket that covers you, woven from threads of observation, patience, and a compassion that transcends any one lifetime. You are wrapped in it, swaddled by history itself, warm, weightless, and utterly secure. As you rest in this cradle, held by this timeless blanket, let the world we have built together begin its gentle, gracious retreat. The voice that has guided you through these streets and rooms, this narrator's presence, is the first to soften. Its words grow slower, farther apart, like distant friends saying goodbye with long, silent pauses between each phrase. Then the words cease altogether, leaving only the feeling they conveyed. Next, the ambient sounds of the memory begin to fade. The ghostly echo of the piano from the nearby apartment dissolves into the silence from which it came. The faint memory of wagon wheels on cobblestones rolls away down a street that now exists only in dream. The last whisper of the wind settles. All that remains is the one constant, the heartbeat that has been there from the beginning. The tick-tock of the clock. The tick-tock of the clock. But now, even this sound begins to change. The interval between the beats grows longer, the space round them deeper and softer. Tick-tock, the pendulum swings through molasses minus thick time. Tick-tock, it is a rhythm slowing to the pace of a glacier's flow, the pace of geological time, profound and nearly still. In your mind's eye, the visual world also gently dissolves. The detailed image of the consultation room, the bookshelves, the desk, the velvet curtains, all these features soften, their colors bleeding into one another like watercolors left in the rain. The picture blurs, then fades at the edges, pulling inward. Soon only one small, clear image persists, floating in a sea of comfortable darkness. It is the brass chest minus piece of the stethoscope, lying on the dark velvet inside its open bagged, polished surface. A single point of light gleams, a reflection not of a lamp, but of the faint, cool starlight from the window. It is a tiny, burnished moon. Hold this image, Watch as even this focused point of light begins to soften. Its edges blur, its brightness dims, not by being extinguished, but by being drawn inward. The light on the brass is absorbed, and in its place, a warm, gentle glow begins to kindle within your own mind, a soft, internal luminescence that needs no outside source. The outer light becomes inner peace. Now, let the last conscious thoughts be these, not as words you hear, but as truths you feel sinking into the very core of your being. Let the vast, silent night of 1900 wrap around you, a protective cloak woven from starlight and shadows. Let the focused, gentle care of that watchful hour seep into every cell, a soothing balm for the invisible abrasions of the present. You are held. The struggles of the body and the worries of the mind are stories that have been told and retold through all of time. And here, in the arms of that history, they find their rest. Surrender to the deep, ancient quiet. Sleep now, not just for tonight, but within the eternal, caring embrace of medical history itself, where every healer's quiet vigil adds to the peace that guards your rest. Sleep, knowing you are forever safe there. Good night, and be healed, gently and completely, by time itself.